Okay. Nikolai Malko was a frequent conductor of the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Every third year since 1965, the Malko Competition for young conductors has been held in Copenhagen, Denmark.
Velkommen til Malko-konkurrencen.
Malko-konkurrence.
Malko. Nikolai Malko.
Så Malko-konkurrencen 2018.
Hosted by the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, one of the world's oldest broadcast orchestras, with our chief conductor, Maestro Fabio Luisi, as chairman of the jury. This year's competition comes live to you from our home at DR Koncerthuset. We invite you to enjoy 5 days of competition, excitement and passion for music. Welcome to the Malko Competition 2021. Your live streaming host and commentator is Andrew Miller.
Yes, and welcome back to the DR Concert Hall in Copenhagen, where it's day 2 of the 2021 Malko Competition for Young Conductors, the 19th edition of this competition, which, like no other in the world, has the ability to make a conductor's career almost overnight. Well, we heard from 12 conductors yesterday, and we will hear from another 12 today in this second day of the first round of the competition. We have 15 nationalities represented in all, and we heard yesterday from conductors from Great Britain, from Russia, from Romania, from America, and today we will hear from conductors from France and more from Great Britain, and from Israel, Sweden, Australia, Austria, Korea, and China, and the United States. Well, this first round of repertoire, as you saw on the screen just there, focuses on Mozart, Haydn, and Weber. This is music in which the conductors will have just 15 minutes in which to sell their ideas of the piece to the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. And we can see on screen there the first 3 contestants this morning: Chloé Dufresne from France, 29, Dmitry Matvienko from Belarus, and Paul Marsovsky from Germany. We can see Chloé there backstage. An experienced conductor who has been working at the Philharmonie de Paris, another Jean Nouvel concert hall. Let's tell you a little bit more about her. She, if I can find the information, yes, she is taught, or was taught, I should say, at the Helsinki Academy, the Sibelius Academy in Helsinki by Sakari Oramo, chief conductor of the BBC Symphony Orchestra, of course, and a previous Malko jury chair. And she's waiting there backstage. This is the moment in which our contestants really do feel the pressure, and especially when they have a camera trained on them for the 30 seconds before they walk onto the stage. Of course, every moment of the rehearsal is captured, both on the broadcast and for the live audience here in the concert hall, who will be able to hear the conductor's instructions to the orchestra, which are amplified. And the repertoire, as I was saying in this first round, is really designed to test some conductors' basic skills, sense of rhythm, sense of color, sense of articulation, transparency. Music in which a conductor can really make their mark, especially the music from the 18th century, Mozart and Haydn, which invites conductors to make certain key decisions about how they'd like the music to sound, what sort of style they'd like the Danish National Symphony Orchestra to give them, and indeed how they can work with the orchestra's own style and sound. So you can see on the picture there, Rie Koch is just introducing the Danish National Symphony Orchestra to the audience here, which is spread throughout the various terraced vineyards of this beautiful concert hall. Its stage has been specially extended for this competition. We are still in the midst of a pandemic, but of course every precaution has been taken. So here she is now, the first of the contestants on this, the second day of the Malko Competition 2021, Chloé Dufresne from France.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to meet you today, and we will play Haydn without repetition, please. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Can we just do the last 5 bar, actually? I really would like to hear ya pa pa pam pam pa. So maybe a bit less trumpet and really have the rhythm. Can we take the last 5 bars? And yeah, it helps if it's a bit short from the strings to hear it very well. Good. Okay, can we take back? Let's take bar 32. 32. From the bass, I really would like the wham pum 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 wham pum with the diminuendo on the 3 last. And yeah, let's do it one more time. I will try to show better the phrasing. Timpani, please, 45. 45, don't hesitate to play that a bit more. And let's try the strings, it's bar 40, to really start strings, violin and cello, to really have the 4-bar phrase. And so keep some reserve to build it a bit more. Otherwise, it was very good. Can we have also bar 50? 50, not too staccato, the pa 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 pa, slightly more, a bit longer. Let's take the same place, it was 32. Like that we really hear you better. Let's take 54. 54. Better, but really like a long phrase, not you see what I mean? Let's try that one more time. 65. Piano, probably everybody has this, but slightly more pa pa pa, like sharper from the beginning. Let's do one more time. Same place, it's 65. Very good. Can you enter really basses in the sound of the cello when you enter this place? And I wanted to say something else. Yeah, cello. Really go on this G natural. One more time from 73, please. 73. Even for you, don't. There is a trick that don't go to the F, but really on the D sharp. Yeah, same place, please. can we have a pum 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 a bit more lighter, like the winds? They are doing it a bit more, shorter also. I forgot what I wanted to say. Let's take once more from 80, please. Oh yeah, I remember. Bar 83. Can we have this a bit longer? Ta-di-da-di-da. You see what I mean? Like before staccato and then a bit longer. Let's take 80. Can be really louder, 1/16 the basses, and also timpani actually there. And oboe, I know it's piano, we should actually keep a bit more piano in 104, all of this, but you can, play slightly louder. Let's continue, let's do to the development, please. Phrasing. It's a bit the opposite of usually, but let's do it. Like I really try to match all of you like that. Thank you.
Chloé Dufresne from France there, 29 years old, and working very hard on articulation in that Haydn Symphony number 104 with the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. And always good to be honest, as she was when she a couple of times forgot what she was going to say, but then very quickly remembered it again. And yeah, always good to diffuse those moments of potential crisis when they arrive. And Chloé was very good at making sure that happened. And she's now downstairs ready to talk to Selina Hostrup.
Yes, Chloé Dufresne, thank you for joining us here. First contestant of today.
Yeah.
So, how are you feeling?
Well, I feel great. I mean, the orchestra is amazing. They react super well. They are smiling. I mean, we really want to work with them. So 15 minutes is a bit short. I would have loved to do more.
You looked truly happy in there.
Yeah, well, we are playing music. I like the music. I like the Haydn, I mean. And there is so many small things we can really search for colors, and so it's...
Yeah, it seemed to be important for you to really work on the articulation.
Yeah, a bit. I mean, yeah, of course, in 15 minutes we cannot do so much, but we can find some things.
So what do you really feel like right now?
Well, it's hard. It's just after, but I feel okay. I think I will rethink and then maybe not feel that okay, but the feeling overall is very good, and I really enjoyed. So I'm very happy.
So you can go and relax. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, well, she certainly did seem to enjoy herself. Not always easy being the first contestant of the day, that's for sure. Next up, from Belarus, 30-year-old Dmitry Matvienko. And he initially trained as a choral conductor at the St. Petersburg State Conservatory, and has since worked with some of the biggest names in Russian conducting. Vladimir Yurovsky, his father Mikhail Yurovsky, Vasily Petrenko, and has conducted, assisting Mikhail Yurovsky at the Stanislavski Theatre taking over productions from him, including one of The Devil in Love, that rare gem of Russian opera. Well, there he is backstage. He was a singer himself and participated in the conductor internship program at the Russian National Orchestra, and has also worked with the Svetlanov Symphony Orchestra. Just a reminder of what's at stake. The winner of the Malko 2021 competition will walk away with 20,000 euros, but that's almost the incidental part. Really significant is that they will be offered contracts to conduct 24 symphony orchestras around the world and benefit from a year of mentoring from Fabio Luisi. So here he is from Belarus, the 30-year-old Dmitry Matvienko.
Good morning, everyone. So happy to be here. Hi. Così. thank you. From the very beginning, the first chord, not very loud, little bit more shorter and compact. Sham, ta-tam, because you have the so great acoustic. We don't need tam, ta-ta, sham, and resonance. Yeah? And precise in the 16 notes. Please. Not so loud. Sham. Maestoso, but not so loud. Mozart, not Wagner. Okay. Third bar, bassoons. First note, cantabile, and after diminuendo. Tam, pam, pam, chi. And oboes, oboe. Di, 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 di. Little bit more rubato and sol mezzo di voce. Yeah? Di. Second bar. Little bit more piano, just. Yeah, not so. Okay. Honestly, I want to feel more compact. Ta-ta, cha-cham, too much sound. Ta-tam, maestoso, but not so loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Five before the beat, yeah? Okay, on the strings, please. More short 16 notes, please. Bravo, together. Yeah, okay. A little bit more weightless 6. And we can make césure before that. A little bit more unexpected, yeah? Please, 7. And in 8, in third beat, please, little bit more diminuendo. 7. Without ritenuto. Just more contact, without ritenuto. Yes. More shorter. Yes. Timpani more marcato, all quarter notes more shorter, shum, chum, and who plays long note, proclaim, così fan tu, more legato. Please, 3 bars before presto, compact, yeah? The main note, it's syncope, so quarter note before syncope, little bit more shorter, and syncopa more maestosa. And please, direction. Tan tan ta 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 pam 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 pam. Okay, presto, semi-détaché, more marcato, and please, more leggero, yum, yum, pam, pam, pam. And little bit late when we play diminuendo. Tan ta ta tam, yum ta ta tam. Yeah, presto. 3. Please, forte. All quarter notes, more marcato and more shorter. Ta, 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 ta. Forte, forte. Okay, about this section, of course in one. So please, little bit more release. And high note, little bit more important. That okay, please 29. Okay, when you play sol, subita manner, more breathe, without this, yeah, not with the timbre. Yeah. Bravo. This is what I want. Yes. And you give a little bit more breathe. Okay. This, every time we have this more theatrical. Theatrically, yeah. I'm here. Yeah. 45, please. Leggero. And more staccato. Yeah. 45. Okay. How we phrase this? Yeah, please. Yes. Little bit more precise in the first note. Okay, please. 93. Little bit more breathe. 93. Leggero, leggero. Okay, please, 227, please. 227. 227. Oh, please. Not very concretic attack, yeah? More soft attack. The same? Very short note, like before. Bum, bum, with a quarter, yeah? This is like. Thank you very much.
Well, time's up for Dmitry Matvienko, working at a really high level of intensity there with the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, and proving that the further east you go, the shorter your conductor's baton gets. And he will now join Selina Hostrup backstage to give us his reaction to his 15 minutes in this first round of the Malko competition for young conductors. So, over to you, Selina.
He really needs to drink some water. There was a lot of sweat on the face, which is very red, but now he's coming to the mic. Dmitry Matvienko, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, your face is red. How are you feeling?
Yes, I feel very happy. This is 15 minutes, absolutely happy. Because they very sensitive and kind and open eyes, so it's just a joy to be with them.
So you felt you were welcome there?
Yes, yes.
You got the Mozart piece.
Yes.
Were you happy about that?
Doesn't matter because all three pieces very good. It is very famous pieces, so doesn't matter. I like the Don Juan and the Freischütz and Cosi. Doesn't matter.
So those were your 15 minutes. So what are you going to do now?
Now I wanted to prepare for next round. Maybe it will be.
Okay. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dmitry Matvienko.
Well, if we do see him in the next round, he'll be working the Danish National Symphony Orchestra hard by the looks of things. So next up we have the third contestant of the morning, and it's Paul Marsovsky from Germany, 27 years old, and has worked as an assistant to Ivan Fischer at the Budapest Festival Orchestra. Now that is some significant experience, reckoned by some to be the best orchestra currently playing in the world. And we've seen on his little postcard video that he sent that he actually conducted an entire general rehearsal with the orchestra in 2019, just before the musical world came to a standstill after the COVID pandemic. Well, he's participated recently in the Donatella Flick conducting competition in London, and has been a contestant of various other competitions, so he's probably used to the competitive environment. And we can see him backstage there, just making some final preparations as the orchestra tunes. And now the walk. And you can see the sunlight there. It's another very, very hot day in Copenhagen, despite the shots of a darkened DR concert hall that you see in the opening package. Temperatures way into the 20s, and hot not only outside but inside too. A couple of the conductors suffered in the heat yesterday, perhaps a little cooler today, but still the heat is on in more ways than one here. And he will be busy this summer with his associated orchestras, Paul Marsovsky working as an assistant, and working as a first conductor for various other ensembles. He's no stranger to the Lucerne Easter Festival, where he first appeared in 2018. And his main education came from the Liszt Academy in Budapest. Looks from his hands there like he's conducting Dufresne. So here he is, age 27, from Germany, Paul Marsovsky.
Morning, my name is Paul Marsovsky, and we do Freischütz. And please, I would like to make the jump right ahead, so I would like to make a run through, so we don't stop at A, but go right to I. Right? Fantastic. Thank you very much. So the beginning, yes, it's slow, but it should have this warm sound in the beginning. Let's just do bar 9 and a very exact rhythm, but very, very soft. And don't stop, never stop. Bar 9, please. The rest was very beautiful from the Adagio. Let's just do the molto vivace. The leading part here is the cello. We need the bass. Da-dee-da-dee-da, and be very, very exact. This is the part in the opera where Max has his aria of despair. So he's really frightened about what's happening. It's really intense, but it shouldn't get too loud. It should be, very, very... and then when it gets loud, that was beautiful. So molto vivace, please. Sorry, just 1 second. This is where he sings "Doch mich umgarnen finstere Mächte." Da 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 di da di da di da da ba. It can be staccato, the last 2 notes. Again, same place, please. Sorry, just a minute. Di da di da, very marcato. Yes, don't. Di da di. More marcato, please. Directly from here. This is 40, 51, 2, 52. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Just one thing where we have this. Yes. So from L, it's a bit heavy. A bit more staccato. This is a place in the opera where they praise God for His grace and His mercy, and they are finally saved. So it's a very joyful thing. There is this tradition of so a bit more liveliness. Directly from L, please. Very, very beautiful. Maybe just one tiny bit, it needs a bit even more shorter bows when this a bit shorter. You have time, but make it staccato. Yes, same place, please. L. And sorry, for the wind and brass, these chords should be a bit more staccato. Yes, it's a bit heavy, so it's festive. Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you.
Excellent timing there from Paul Marsovsky, and he wasn't perturbed by the various challenges that were thrown at him in the auditorium, including a mobile phone. And yes, wanting real punch and volume there from the Danish National Symphony Orchestra in music written or first performed almost exactly 200 years ago in June 1821, the overture to Der Freischütz by Carl Maria von Weber. Well, Paul is ready to talk to Selina Hostrup downstairs.
Yeah, he's just on the way to the mic. Needs to put the shirt bag on. Looking good on radio is always important, and on camera, of course. Thank you, Paul Marsovsky, for joining us here. You had a timing that was just excellent. Had you planned that beforehand?
No, actually not.
So it came as a surprise?
Partly, yes, but you know, you have. I have adjusted to thinking in these types of, times because of rehearsal timing. You have to be very precise, and I guess it has become natural, for which I'm very glad.
Well, we were very impressed here backstage.
Thank you.
You had various challenges in there. There was a mobile phone ringing.
Yes, I waited then, but yeah, that happens.
Yeah, well, how does it affect you when a mobile phone rings?
I just wait, because for this particular part of the piece, it's very important to have the the atmosphere, and but yeah, it's a shame, but I mean, not for me, for the audience, or the people who have the phone. It's but that's the part of having live concerts with audiences. So yeah,
It looked as if you wanted the orchestra to stop. Did you?
yes, absolutely. And I think they got the message, and then it stopped, and I just started again. So I continued.
Afterwards, it seemed that you were back on track. Didn't you take it with you, or did you just continue feeling, well, it's behind us,
well,
let's just go
of course,
on?
yes, let's go on, because first of all, the music has to go on, and secondly, you address the problems at the time, and after it's over, you know, I have a whole overture to conduct to, and maybe possibly in the future a whole opera, and this is one of my absolute favorites, so I hope I get the chance.
Well, you certainly seem to have a good time there. Thank you, Paul Marsovsky.
Thank you very much.
Well, good to hear from Paul Marsovsky there. And after those three contestants, our orchestra here, the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, will take a well-earned break, which means we can take a look back at the three contestants we've already heard from this morning and look forward to the three we're about to hear from. And I'm delighted to be joined here in the DR Koncerthuset by Katharina Gainer-Scout. Welcome, Katharina.
Thank you.
You are orchestral manager and artistic planning manager at the Copenhagen Phil, which is the one of the many orchestras here in Copenhagen, but also were here just 3 days ago presenting the Sonning Prize to Unsuk Chin.
Yes.
You are very much an institution on the Danish performing ensemble scene, although you're actually Norwegian, am I right?
Unfortunately, yes.
An honorary Dane.
I tend to become more and more Norwegian the longer I live here.
Well, we'll be talking to you a little later about how to break down some of the barriers of perception and gender in the world of performing. But first, let's hear from some of our contestants, because this year they have made some postcards for us in which we can hear in their own words about their conducting experience, their lives, and what it is they like to get up to off the stage. And first, we will hear from the first contestant we heard this morning, from France, Chloé Dufresne.
Hello, my name is Chloé Dufresne. I'm 29 years old and I come from France. I started music as a child, playing viola and also singing in the children's choir at the Opéra National de Montpellier, where I had the chance to sing under the baton of so many great conductors. And I think this experience awakened my interest in the art of conducting.
So the photo number 1 is my first concert in La Philharmonie de Paris with Orchestre Pas de Loup. So it was almost my first professional concert, and I'm still working with this orchestra. Then the second picture is the building of the Sibelius Academy, where I've studied for 5 years in Finland, in Helsinki. The third picture is a place in Paris that I like, and I'm living now in Paris since January. The fourth picture is a lesson with Maestro Sacario Ramo, who was my teacher in the Sibelius Academy. And then the last picture is a picture when I am studying just before a concert.
So I'm very looking forward to meeting the orchestra and make music again, and I hope I will take the most I can from this experience.
Chloé Dufresne there, who we heard from earlier from France. And Katharina, it was so interesting to see her photograph there of her with the Sibelius Academy Symphony Orchestra. People often ask us, why are there so many conductors from Finland? One answer is that every lesson at the Sibelius Academy conducting course, there is an orchestra there for them to practice on. This solves the catch-22 about how orchestral conductors can get experience.
It's amazing, and Finland has played a central role, not only in Finland and on behalf of the Finnish music culture, but worldwide. People are searching Finland to conduct because of Jorma Paunala, who was the big master, and still is.
And of course, Sakari Oramo was here in 2015 as chair of the jury for this very competition. So we move on to Dmitry Matvienko. Now, Dmitry was a little too busy to send us a postcard from his own, from the horse's mouth, as it were. But we heard him earlier. We saw him conduct. He is, as you can see on the screen now, trained at St. Petersburg Conservatory, somewhere where many great conductors have come from. And also very experienced with, I noticed, Theodor Kurensis, Vladimir Yurovsky, and I think we heard a little bit of Theodor Kurensis in his handling of the Così fan tutti. They really wanted a kind of marcato, staccato sound.
Lovely, eccentric, but also very precise.
Yeah. And a real intensity of his working level with the orchestra, it seemed. He's going to work them hard if he gets through to the second round. Let's hear from the third contestant we heard from this morning, who is Paul Marsovsky. Here's his postcard in his own words.
This was my graduation concert in 2018 at the Franz Liszt Music Academy in Budapest, Hungary, where I studied and finished my master's. The second picture is titled With András Schiff and Ivan Fischer. This was when I was assisting Ivan Fischer in the Budapest Festival Orchestra in 2019, just before the pandemic. This was the last tour I did with them before the pandemic came and all my future collaborations were cancelled during the pandemic. This was in the Elbphilharmonie in Hamburg, which was our last concert from our European tour. The third picture is titled With András Schiff. This is from the same concert where I conducted the dress rehearsal of the concert, and we played Beethoven's Piano Concerto No. 5, and that's where the picture was taken.
Paul Marsovsky there from Germany, and he was explaining his experience there conducting the Budapest Festival Orchestra. Now, this is an orchestra to be reckoned with, the Budapest Festival Orchestra, known for its extraordinary reactions and its kind of giant chamber music feel. It must be something working with that orchestra at such a young age.
Absolutely, it's this flexibility that sort of demands total awareness of all the musicians, and not only trusting the hierarchy, but taking responsibility, but at a very intuitive moment.
Mm-hmm. Well, Katharina, it's great to have you with us because we can talk about some of the work that you have done, not only at the Copenhagen Phil, but also at the Esbjerg Ensemble, your previous employer, and then before that in Norway, with ensembles and how they might sort of broaden their reach and think about diversity. Perhaps first you could tell us, how do you deal with these things from a management perspective day to day at the Copenhagen Phil?
Right, so one need... I think it has become part of my blood and the way you think when you get adapted to it over time, and you react more and more about the biases, and so it's part of your DNA that you tend to react when you miss a part of the population, for example, in a program. So it's a constant awareness, first of all, and then secondly. What I'm sorry to say, I wish I could say, that would demand more of me than I can give is continuous research. Because especially in the symphony orchestra environments, it's very the classical music business is very much run by the big agencies, the big publishers, and you're very seldom offered like the lesser known names or the lesser known literature. So it means that you need to make an active initiative in order to find recent music or forgotten music, and this is very often music by women, and that's how it is. So it's about being having an active attitude, and also then always keeping an open discussion in-house. And I think that's important because most of my colleagues are also brought up in a conservatory that has been conservative. It's a funny mix of names, but it's yes, and I think unfortunately still it's going on an education where there is not enough focus on a broad repertoire. It's still very much a canon that is being repeated and being confirmed as the canon. So as to speak, that the matter of taste and the matter of quality has been decided once and for all. And I think we need to break up that pictures and rewrite our history and re-listen to our music history.
Yeah. I mean, we can see some... There's a long road to travel, obviously, but we can see some signs of a turning point. I mean, one thinks of, this orchestra here, I think half the conductors in the coming season are women. Not enough composers, but still it's something of a start. And there are orchestras in Los Angeles, closer to home in Helsingborg, who have really thought about how they must try and look more like the audience, not actually the audience, but the potential audience in their city. Are these things that you think, I mean, one needs to sort of arrive at a concert hall and feel like at least you're in a kind of area where you can relate with, you in a human environment you can relate to.
Exactly. At some point, of course, as orchestras, orchestra institutions, we are set in the world to communicate the heritage, and that's part of it. But it doesn't mean that we are not supposed to question it, and that's a big difference. I mean, if you look at the theater, they would naturally reinterpret their culture heritage, and they would also side by side perform new drama. I mean, there is one theater in the world, the Globe Theatre in London, where they do only Shakespeare, the Shakespearean way. And of course I'm exaggerating enormously when I say that symphony orchestras in a way they're kind of passing on a tradition rather than innovating it. And I think there is absolutely something happening now. I mean, we have big orchestras, especially in England and Germany, with great. You mentioned Currentis. I mean, we have some conductors now also being frontrunners in curating programs, more flexibility, and that makes a huge impact and a huge difference. Because it's not a secret that the orchestra programs have been very stuck into a format that is being followed very politely, and I'm not sure always towards whom we are polite, because I think the audience would find it refreshing also. But it's very much about being very humble about the score. The score is like the Bible; we can't touch it. We're not supposed to, do anything else than perform the four movements exactly in the same order they were written. I mean, they don't
clapping in between.
Absolutely, and I mean, in the opera houses they still perform Carmen, but they would do it in new ways. We don't do that in the orchestra hall yet, but I think it's on its way.
But you sound optimistic. I mean, there must be huge challenges to come. What would you say? I mean, we've had in many ways, this last 12 months has been a period of resetting in both race relations, the whole place of the performing arts in society. You may be optimistic, but what are the big challenges to come, would you say, in the next few years for organizations like yours and others like?
Yes, well, the industry is more than ever under pressure economically, and especially now. So now some of us are nervous that we were not able to exploit that Corona window well enough, because we were sort of sent home and supposed to save money and wait from week to week and hope to reopen as soon as possible. And now we are again in Denmark, which is fantastic. But then the hamster wheel is, the tempo is speeding up very quickly, and we can very quickly go back to old habits. And that means produce, sell enough tickets. We have our statistics that we need to meet in order to get our money, all this. And of course, everyone wishes that we had more time for artistic development. I mean, every single time we are to experiment, we need more practice time. Of course, the format that we're working within with our concerts every week, we have 4 rehearsal days. It goes without saying that that is not a window to experiment within. So we have to, do something about our wheel, and that is a matter of the long run, where we have to convince people over time and the politicians to trust us, and that we can manage to change the orchestra culture if we are given a little more freedom and not so much to report all the time.
Yeah, it's so fascinating to hear, Katharina. And it's worth saying that orchestras in this part of the world are extremely well supported in comparison to orchestras in other parts of the world, certainly where
Absolutely
where
true.
I come
We are
from.
the lucky ones.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, stay with us because we hope to talk more about this in a moment, and also to hear from more of today's contestants. But right now, let's go downstairs to Selina Hostrup, who is going to talk to a member of this year's jury.
Yes, I'm standing here backstage with Anna-Kristin Einarsdottir, who is member of the jury, but also managing director of the NAC, which is the National Arts Centre Orchestra in Canada. So, Anna-Kristin, thank you for joining us. We are talking about diversity today and diversity in programming. What are the main challenges you meet when you want to present a more diverse program for your audiences?
Well, the music is out there for sure. So I think, for us, it's just to program it, really. That's our role. And I think it's such a great opportunity, really, for us to open the doors and let the oxygen in. So for me, this is a very exciting times, for orchestra.
And still, when we look around and we read programs from different orchestras around the world, we see the same symphonies, the same piano concertos, violin concertos. There's a top 10 there. Why is it so difficult to present different programs?
Well, of course, I think in some ways when we have been in this pandemic, and we've been doing a lot of live streaming and maybe not relying on, ticket sales, this is actually giving us such an opportunity to really explore this programming. So, and that's what we, back in Canada have been doing with the NAC Orchestra. And it's enriching our canon. It's enriching our the repertoire pool that we can draw from. Because now we've studied this music, and we love it. And it's great. It's great music. And I have to say, in my kind of experience, also just from Iceland, working with the Iceland Symphony Orchestra, I sometimes had this kind of a dialogue. Is it good enough? Is this music good enough? And of course, a lot of this hasn't had the test of time, like, with the old symphonies or the normal repertoire. But actually, when I kind of figured out, okay, I'm maybe not able to judge if it's good enough because I may not really know, but I know that it speaks to me. And I also know that for me, it's just more interesting. So for me, that's the key. We want to present something interesting, and we want to represent, the communities that we're a part of and the times that we live in. So it's very exciting.
The conductors we meet today, they will go out in the world and they have a responsibility for presenting music for the orchestras. What are the two good advices you can give them?
Well, I think it's really important that they study this music, that they study a lot of, music from, women or people of color, or whatever, that they're open to that and make that a part of their repertoire, that they can offer this to orchestras, because that will change. And that's the demand. Then they know that they will be in demand, because if they know this music, they will be booked. So that's important, very important. And the number two,
I think number one is perfectly all right. We'll say thank you now, Anna-Kristin Einarsdottir.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Selina, and thank you, Anna-Kristin. Interesting point there, Katharina, that was raised about diversity of repertoire as well as conductors. We may associate Danish conductors, for example, with Danish repertoire. We've now got this flood of female conductors coming into the industry. It's a little patronizing to expect them to conduct music by women, isn't it?
Yes, unfortunately, but it's not surprising. I think female leaders are always expected to speak up for their sisters, and this is perhaps why it's also taken so long. And most of us do, because it's a natural consequence that we feel responsible. But I think the world will not move totally before our male colleagues do the same, because it's a collective responsibility, of course. And I can only agree with my colleague in Iceland that the conductors are extremely important front movers.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry to cut you short there, Katharina, but we have to go to listen to a few words from the next contestant this afternoon, Anton Holmer.
Hello everyone. I'm filming this in my home in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm sitting at my desk. I have Beethoven up there, as you can see, and I have my scores behind me and in front of me. Pretty much everything I need. I've always been more interested in the music itself rather than playing it or performing it. And that's a good thing, being a conductor, because whatever you do, you don't make any sound, you don't play anything. This picture is from a rehearsal with Jönköping Sinfonietta in the south of Sweden. This was the last concert project I had before the pandemic started really seriously. And since then, nothing has been really normal. I've always been very drawn to leadership and the whole process of having ideas and planning, organizing, and seeing them come to life, no matter how crazy they are. And that's, of course, a very big part of being a conductor as well.
So, apart from music, I love spending time in nature. And this picture is from a hike, a 2-week-long hike I did with my wife last summer in the north of Sweden.
To say something more about what I really like with conducting is that it's a never-ending journey of learning. And not just learning about the music, but learning about so many other things. Behind the music, the composer, the time the music was written, the instruments in the orchestra, human psychology and leadership and in everything. And that is something you can really do for a whole lifetime.
Anton Holmer there from Sweden, who we'll hear from very shortly. And Katharina, he made the point that the time spent with an orchestra at that stage in your career is so small. I mean, this must be something you experienced with the Copenhagen Phil. You know, you can't just hire a student conductor in a sense because you have limited rehearsal time.
Yes, unfortunately, and that's also why the orchestras are not as good as we hope to be in order to give the chance, because we need to be extremely efficient, and so conductors need to be reached a certain stage before entering the season programs, and this is why you mentioned there are more and more female conductors. Yes, fortunately, but still the fact is that I don't know if that's a tendency, but perhaps female conductors still need to be even a bit better than the male conductors in order to enter the big halls, and there are a few of them, and we're all lining up and we're waiting patiently until they're ready in 3 years or 5 years.
Yeah.
And in
well,
the meantime,
we have one coming up right now, and we'll hear from her now, and that is in her own words, Bar Avni Pallentin.
Good morning, everyone. Here is Bar Avni. There was always music in my home at my parents' place. Never classical music, actually. It was not their thing. I think this is something that I brought to their lives. But there was always music, Israeli music and American music and French music. Thanks to Corona, we decided to move out from our flat in Bremen, in the north of Germany, and to go to live on a farm. It's a huge place that we share, and we have a lot of animals here. We have chickens and we have donkeys, and there are cows all around. They belong to the neighbors. I started with the drum set, and I was not thinking about an orchestra. I started, first of all, just really with the drum set, and then I discovered that there is an orchestra in school, and I said, okay, let's try. And I had the most amazing conductor. He gave me the opportunity with maybe 8 years old to conduct a Hanukkah medley. And I think that was it for me. Now that I'm a bit older, or a lot older, I think that conducting is everything. When I learned to be a stronger person, I learned to be a stronger conductor. I'm a mother now, and I see how much this has, how much a better conductor I am. And that's actually, you could call this the rehearsal room or the office or whatever. I wish I could show you a real rehearsal room or something like that, but I think my next one is going to be in Copenhagen.
Well, we've seen conductors with their cats, their dogs, even their squirrels, and now we've seen one with cows and sheep. And interesting there, Katharina, we've spoken a lot about gender equality in terms of conducting, but Bar comes from a country on the kind of cusp between Europe and Asia, and of course there's a lot more to this discussion than just gender. We're looking at diversity of race, background, everything. I mean, these
It needs to broaden up, and there are still way too few role models, because this is where it starts, of course. I mean, there will always be strong personalities who will be the first ones, but we need those at least, and we need perhaps more of them. Because if not, it will move very slowly.
Well, we can now take a look at the next contestant, who is Nathan Aspinall. Now, Nathan hasn't sent us a postcard, but some of you may remember him from the 2018 Malko competition, in which he was a competitor. And a little bit of information about him there. Assistant conductor of the Nashville Symphony. I believe he's from Australia, 31-year-old. Currently, or previously studied at the studied orchestral conducting at the New England Conservatory in Boston, and has some competition experience himself. Yes, anyway, Katrina, we were saying diversity is about more than gender. And you made the interesting points about role models. I've always been quite encouraged, actually. There seems to be more black, Asian, ethnic minority musicians in Copenhagen orchestras than in London orchestras, where I was working in the orchestral sector, despite the fact that London is a far more diverse city. But do you sense that this begins within the ranks of an orchestra? You have a responsibility, perhaps at the Copenhagen field, to recruit more players from diverse backgrounds.
Absolutely, of course. We are part of the big chain. It has to be a high awareness in the conservatories, of course. But if the conservatories can't point at an orchestra where there is hope, there is not so much to talk about. So I think everyone around in the ecosystem has to move a little or a lot in order to help each other. And the whole question about leadership roles and repertoire and conductors and all this, it's a collaboration. I mean, we are dependent on each other, and one can't move alone.
And can I ask you, in 10 seconds, what can we learn here in Denmark from the other Nordic countries where you have experience?
We can learn a lot from Finland, because they have had a fantastic way of thinking repertoire and conductors and musicians as a unity. And this is part of why it's been a big success.
Thank you so much, Katrina. It's been great to have you with us. We'll let you enjoy the rest of the day's events. And likewise, wherever you are, shortly, the next 3 contestants will be up here with the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Stay tuned.
Nikolai Malko was a frequent conductor of the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Every third year since 1965, the Malko Competition for Young Conductors has been held in Copenhagen, Denmark.
Velkommen til Malko-konkurrencen.
Malko-konkurrence.
Malko. Nikolai Malko.
Så Malko-konkurrencen 2018.
Hosted by the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, one of the world's oldest broadcast orchestras, with our chief conductor, Maestro Fabio Luisi, as chairman of the jury. This year's competition comes live to you from our home at DR Koncerthuset. We invite you to enjoy 5 days of competition, excitement and passion for music. Welcome to the Malko Competition 2021. Your live streaming host and commentator is Andrew Miller.
Welcome back to the DR Concert Hall in Copenhagen. Well, day 2 of the Malko competition for young conductors. 3 conductors down and 9 to go. And we start very close to home, just across the Öresund Strait, in fact, in Sweden, with Anton Holmer, aged 30 years. And we heard a little bit from him in his postcard earlier on, but Anton is, one might say, an intellectual conductor, enjoys studying his scores, enjoys getting deep, he was saying, into the structure of the music in his study time, and but combines that with significant experience. He's held several scholarships at the Royal Swedish Academy of Music, taken part in master classes with Bernard Haitink and the great Jorma Panula, and he even founded his own ensemble, the Swedish Symphony, in 2020. Really an example of a conductor who's taken the initiative, which one has to at this age. Many of the great conductors working today came to the profession, or came to prominence at least, by founding their own ensembles. One thinks of Marin Alsop, Theodor Karensis, who we were just talking about, and Anton made his professional debut with the Junping Sinfonietta in 2018 and has been invited to conduct many of the Swedish orchestras, and there's no shortage of orchestras in Sweden, the Swedish Chamber Orchestra, the Gävle Symphony Orchestra, and has worked outside Sweden with the at the Conservatoire National Supérieur de Musique in Lyon, as well as studying at the Royal College of Music in Stockholm. He's a trained organist and holds a master's degree in organ performance. And he talked very honestly in his postcard about being never really liking playing in front of people, preferring to sort of draw himself deep into the music himself. And that could well pay off, because nobody likes a showman, not even at the Malko competition. He's also talked about how limited time in front of a professional orchestra is such a frustrating thing for young conductors, and it's really worth saying that I remember a jury chairman from 2015, Sakar Oromo, instructing the conductors to just enjoy their 15 minutes with this great orchestra, because the chance like this doesn't come along very often. And that's pretty much a good rule of thumb for all of our candidates in this first round. Try to enjoy it. It's been interesting to see how many of them have ignored the clock, or at least given the impression of ignoring the clock, and just relished the chance to make music. Well, as a Swede, Anton will understand what's being said on the stage there by Rikok. So here he is, 30 years old, from Sweden, the first contestant in this second session, Anton Holmer.
Hey! So, let's play Haydn without repeat. Just a moment. thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go back to the beginning once more. Overall, especially from trumpets and timpani, it could be more present, I think. More percussive, harder, at least from where I am standing. Very nice. And for everyone, let's skip the vibrato. So be very careful, use it if you really want, but yeah. I mean, you don't need it really. It's a Swedish way of saying don't use vibrato. Okay, beginning one more time. You could separate, I think, the beats a little bit more, maybe, a bit more fanfare feeling. Okay. One more time and sustain it less, especially from the brass. So you could more natural sort of, yeah, clock tones. Oh. Oh. Yes. Okay, yes, let's try. I think the sound, at least to me, it's a little bit too concentrated. So if we could make it even more airy, sort of, so less pressure, more bow, I think, sort of almost flautando. And you, as well, use more bow on the accent and less left hand, sort of the feeling. Okay, directly bar 3. Oh. Yes. And as I said before, don't sustain the note. Just yum, yum, very sort of pulsating. Oh. Without accent. And the 8th note singing. Yum. Okay, so I'm very picky, but the 8th note, let them sing, sort of, yeah? Okay, very good, the rest of you. One more time, bar 3. Oh. That's it. Since it's a competition, we don't have much time. Let's jump to bar 14, please. 14. 13. Oh. I miss sort of the phrasing in 2 bars. I think if you just let the bow flow naturally. Now it sounds almost like 3 accents at first. It would be very nice to have sort of like a breath, like you breathe out. Okay? One more time, allegro. Oh. Yes. But even more diminuendo, especially when you have the long note in the lower strings. 1, oh. That's it. Same thing. And now articulation. Short. Yeah. Thank you. That's typically a place where we need more contour, especially from the brass. 32. for instance, bam, ram, bam, bam, because they are playing everything tied. So you need to articulate that. Very good. And overall, work a lot. Second violin, viola, for instance, from 40. That's sort of where the music happens. Okay, one more time, directly 32. Thank you. Very nice. But that's a typical place where I would like even more 50. Especially when you get the thirds. Bassoon. And later in viola. Okay. We could take care of the harmonies much better in 54, 55. I'm exaggerating a little bit. And then later, especially in winds, second violin and viola, 58. Play it like you mean it, really something more joyful. Okay, let's jump directly into 50. 50 directly, please. Articulation. Yes, we need a little bit more to phrase this whole as a crescendo. The trill from above. It's a pity because otherwise, the sort of surprise gets lost. Beam, ba, la, da, dum, and keep the tension all the way. Please do 86. 86, and that phrase goes all the way actually to 99. One, oh. Thank you. That's a typical place. Bassoon, second violin, viola, A104. More bow. Use the sort of natural bow, a long one. Then you get a nice sort of swell in the middle. So, bum, 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 and then the harmony will sort of come out much better. Please, 99. Oh, piano. Careful. That's nice. Oh. Yeah. One last thing. Sorry. Timpani. 116 solo. Dum takatam tam. Dum takatam tam. Very important. Actually, everyone playing on the second beat in 116. Ba, 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 bum. I miss. It has to be something more from the bars before, so we sort of get the last crescendo before the cadenza. Let's do 112, and then we continue. Finally. Oh, shit. Thank you. Thank you. I lost a little bit of tempo, that's my fault. Can we make this whole part, especially from where you come in, sort of more misterioso? It should be agitato even in the piano, and then it explodes. So something more, I don't know really what to... More concentrated. Stay sort of close to the string and pay attention. 124, please. Not too much, the string. Yes. Thank you very much.
Time's up for Anton Holmer, the 30-year-old from Sweden, who I've been told makes his own batons. We're not quite sure whether the one he was using there was crafted by his own hand, but perhaps that's something that Selina will ask him downstairs. And he got an improvised joke in there, which was always very welcome, diffuses any sort of tension in the air. Another conductor who very much knows what he wants from that Haydn symphony. And another very good left hand. And, well, he's downstairs ready to talk to Selina right now.
Anton Holmer, it's good to see you here again.
Yes.
You're back in the Malko competition.
I'm back on the crime scene, so to speak. Yeah.
Yes, you are. How was it to be back in there?
It was wonderful. I mean, I have very good memories, and I mean, it's such a nice place to be, and the orchestra is, of course, top quality. So, and always the spirit of this competition and everything is a privilege.
And how did you experience your connection with the orchestra in there?
I liked it. It was good. I sort of... it's always a compromise with Haydn, with this music and this sort of orchestra. But they are very sort of... they really love to work. They're very willing to follow, and they do what you ask.
So you also look very, very calm and...
Yeah, thank you. That's a compliment. I mean, I never feel calm, but... That's good that at least someone didn't think that.
Thank you, Anton Holman. One last question. The baton, did you make that yourself?
Yes, I did. Do you want to zoom in or something? No? Something particular, but...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So it was one of his own batons. Yeah, I wonder where he gets the time to do that. Well, next up is Bar Avni Pallentin from Israel, a 32-year-old who we saw on her postcard on that beautiful-looking farm outside Bremen. And Bar has considerable experience. She has conducted the Great Israel Philharmonic. She's conducted the Israel Chamber Orchestra and the Sinfonia Varsovia in Poland. The Juventus Symphony Orchestra, not quite sure where that's based, Ensemble Resonance, and the Tyrol Festival Orchestra, as well as the Orchestre de Concert Pas de Loup and the Hamburg Symphony Orchestra. And we can see her there backstage, gathering her thoughts. And Bar is recently, or currently I should say, a scholar at the Kurt Masur Institute. And in 2017 she won second prize and the orchestra prize in the Fittelberg conducting competition in Poland. She then won the Neeme Järvi prize at the Gstaad Conducting Academy in 2018. And seems from her video to be a character consumed by music, which of course is the first, very much the first prerequisite of anyone participating in this competition. And there she has Mozart's Così fan tutti overture. Just to explain how the repertoire choices were made. Candidates do express a preference in this first round, but then the piece they conduct is decided by a ballot. But having said that, you can only echo the words of one of the previous contestants, which is that they are 4 great pieces of music, which are each of them surely a joy to conduct in their own way. Oh, I've just heard it's Don Giovanni, but that she will be conducting rather than Cousy. But here she is anyway. Bar Avni Pallentin from Israel, aged 32.
Okay. We're a bit ahead of time. It should be 55, my time, but it's 53 now. Okay. So, hello everyone. I am really very happy to be here and to make some music with you. Don Giovanni. very much. Okay, I go directly to the beginning, please. So about the tempo of the first 4 bars, I think we have nothing to say. It was clear. I want it a bit faster. We'll do it right now. No big deal. Bar 5. And I think generally, for this whole overture, all of those pianos could be much, 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 much softer. And for this rhythm that starts in the strings in bar 5. So this rhythm is accompanying us through the whole, actually it's all over the place afterwards, also in the trumpet. It is piano, there is no accent on the 8th note, yet the 8th note is short. If it's Heartbeat, if it's Destiny, if it's whatever, if it's Il Commendator, you have your own picture, but so the drama is basically all over the place, right? From the beginning, please. Extremely still in the winds, please. Sorry. It would be great if you could hear really every of those tones. Boom, bee, boom. The first one we hear. The second one, maybe there it's clear. We could make a bit more. Yet constantly piano. Pesante. Keep the tempo, keep the tempo, keep the tempo. Staccato. Okay, thank you. So, the beginning is lovely. Oh, lovely, it's maybe the wrong word, but it's strong. Bar 11. First violins. Perhaps we could try senza vibrato, and I'm sorry for this image, but it's like a knife on the super slow knife on the skin. It has to be so extremely painful. Go to the G sharp. Yeah. Yet we keep in tempo. Tempo. Tempo, 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 also for 17, bar 17. Staccato, as if we try to, I don't know, disappear, whatever, the complete contrast from this subito forte, but in tempo and staccato. Yeah, I think the capo is good for us. One last time, please. Thank you. So, until the Allegro comes, I think pretty much every tool he could use to do some drama somewhere is used, and we just have to just bring it all out. The rhythm, pom pom. I think that it could be clearer, pom pom, much clearer. One thing, lakatakatakata, could be much clearer. Somehow, I think for me on the drier side, except of first flute and first violins, we all have piano. It could be much softer. Yet, this chromatic line in the woodwinds, oboe, clarinets, fagots, sostenuto. In this piano, it has to really, as much as we can. And the last thing, la da di da di da di da 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 di. Try not to connect. Try not, as if we, it never actually reaches its goal. Its Ziel in German. I forgot the word. Is 15 a good place? Let's do 15, please. No, we get it better. Short, piano, in tempo, and together. Same place. In the trumpet. Keep it piano. Okay, thank you. I think in the subito forte, in measure 27, we slow down. We play pesante somehow, cello bass. It's my feeling. Perhaps I'm just excited. Maybe, I don't know, but I have to say what I hear. In the flutes in 23, it's a duo, of course, I'm sorry. I think we could separate it a bit more, and it will help us maybe also with the subito piano. Yeah? And one last thing about this beautiful, crazy beautiful 4 bars. Every time, especially in the second and the third bar, there is a really strong dissonant. And even that we play in tempo, if we could somehow create the illusion that we because we have in the second bar we have E flat with a D, and then we have D with a C, and if we could somehow hear it, even the 16s. We take 2 measures before this is 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much.
Well, the bell always seems to come, but just the wrong time for some people. And still, we got a fantastic 15 minutes there from Bar Avni Pallentin from Israel, and she really mined the Don Giovanni Overture deep there and found that D minor drama in the piece that foreshadows Mozart's opera. And Bar Avni is joining us from Bremen, so not so far actually from Copenhagen, northern Germany. And she's now downstairs ready to talk to Selina Hostrup.
Hello, Bar Avni Pallentin.
Hi.
Just coming out from the stage.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Very good. I wish I would have more time, but I guess that's what everyone is saying, so.
That's what everyone is saying.
Right, I thought so.
How was it to be in there?
It was great. It was, as always, different than what one is planning, but I think this is also part of our profession. You know, we are planning and planning and planning and planning, and then we come on stage, and it's always different than what you plan. So it's part of the game, so to say. to be present and to deal with what you have. And I tried.
What was important for you to convey to the orchestra?
I think the sense of the drama, I think it's a word that could be often used in this context of this piece. I think, the drama is being created a lot because of those huge differences, dynamic differences, this very strong rhythm, all the things that I actually just said. And I think once it's running, because the orchestra is really so good, so we don't have to stop for wrong note or something like this. They listen, they react, they're wonderful, of course.
So you got what you wanted?
Yes, I think at the time that I had what I did, definitely.
So what's next now? What are you going to do?
I think I have to see how my son and my husband are doing. And I don't know, maybe a bit preparing for the second round with the hope that I'll get there. And if it's a nice weather outside, maybe a bit of sun, we'll see.
Sounds like a good day. Thank you, Avni Pallentin.
Thank you.
Yes, a little bit of sun, certainly possible today in Copenhagen, given this glorious weather we're having. Well, bar Avni Pallentin there, talking about the drama she tried to get, and certainly did get, in my opinion, from the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. And she is followed by Nathan Aspinall, 31, from Australia, returning to Malko after his appearance in 2018. And another experienced conductor with assistantships at the Nashville Symphony behind him, and also winner of the conducting prize at the Aspen Music Festival, the Robert J. Half Prize. Well, Nathan is currently assistant conductor at the Nashville Symphony and was previously associate conductor of the Jacksonville Symphony, which he led in subscription concerts and on tours throughout the United States. He has been at Tanglewood, the east coast of America's great training ground for conductors, instrumentalists, orchestras. And that will have stood him in good stead for the experience of Malko, another place renowned for its congenial atmosphere, supportive atmosphere, and for musicians who really want to do the best by the conductors who are appearing in front of them. And it'll be very interesting to see what 3 years of experience has done to Nathan. 3 years, of course, a very long time in the life of a young conductor. He was a strong candidate last time, but he will surely be even stronger now, given 3 years' work with even more orchestras around the world. So here he is, Nathan Aspinall, aged 30, from Australia.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you today. We begin with Weber. Thank you very much. Back to the beginning, please. Oboes, can I kindly ask that you omit the first measure and join in the second measure? It means we can start really softly. And in the strings, can I ask, please, the downbeat of the second bar shouldn't be an arrival. Keep the intensity right until the end of the second measure. And can I ask, at the end of the last note, somehow we prepare the character of the piano. So taper the end a little bit so that... Yeah, it's beautiful, thank you. Obviously there's a difference between the piano and the pianissimo, but I also think the second one, the color is different. It's more fragile, more lonely, so the last note really gets to nothing. Could we just do measure 3, please? Thank you very much. For my taste, the timpani should be slightly more in the character of the pizzicato, so a little bit less and a little bit more pizz. And I know it's slightly smaller strings here, but the tremolo, measure 25, I think should be a little more to match the clarinet. Could you do 25? So can I ask, please, there more diminuendo, so the printed piano starts really at nothing. We don't need to do all of this again. 26, 27. 27? Thank you. So please, the strings under the cello, that should be the primary voice, and I think the syncopation should have more air, less sustain. It's more like a beating heart. Molto vivace. The printed forte 47 should be more of an interruption, like you're fighting with the oboe. And please, the accents 52 più forte, more marcato, less sustained and louder than anything else. Molto vivace. So strings 4 before K, can I ask a little less loud at the beginning and keep the intensity, crescendo 2 before K. Where's a good place? I. First and second violins, the fifth of I, the team, ta-tam, a little less loud. I think the eighth notes are more important. So then 2 bars later, bring it out. I. Little phrasing to the top note, and then once you get there, then you can release. Thank you very much, everyone.
Nathan Aspinall there from New Zealand, returning to Malko 3 years after his first appearance in 2018, and he certainly has height on his side. Tall man, and rarely height is a disadvantage, rarely in the conducting profession. He does seem a lot more present and confident than in 2018. Has grown as a musician, clearly, and now we can hear a few words from him because he's downstairs with Celine Hostrup.
From the stage, how are you feeling?
I feel good. It's great to be here, and you know, it's a wonderful orchestra. It's a wonderful competition, and it's been a real pleasure.
So you are just calm about the whole thing?
I think you have to be. I mean, otherwise you get yourself into a mess. So I think you have to be who you are and enjoy the music making. So that was my approach.
How did you experience the walking on stage and saying hello to the orchestra?
I think the best thing to do as quickly as possible, and then get into the music making. You know, the hello is nice, but the music making is what's most important.
And you had the Weber. What was important for you to convey in the Weber piece?
I think the thing about the Weber that's different from the other pieces is this kind of romanticism. You know, it's a really theatrical, colourful piece. So to bring out the drama, I think, is the most important thing. It's something you don't get with the other classical pieces.
Were you happy about getting the Weber?
Absolutely. I mean, 15 minutes went really quickly. You know, I did as much as I could in the 15 minutes. But yeah, absolutely.
So it took you by surprise when the gong was there?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. You have met this orchestra before. You have been in the Malko competition 3 years ago. So did you recognize the orchestra?
Absolutely, and I think it helps. You know, the first time, everything was a surprise. I didn't quite know what to expect. I didn't know how it all worked. So this time there were definitely less surprises. I think it's helpful.
Thank you, Nathan Aspinall.
Thank you.
Nathan Aspinall there talking to Selina Hostrup, and he makes the point that these overtures, opera overtures, are miniature worlds of drama in themselves, and that's why they're such good tests for these young conductors. Can they conjure up 3 hours worth of drama in the space of 3 minutes or longer? Can they find the colours, find the narratives in these pieces? And it's been fascinating to see or to watch them try and do that with the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Well, that's just about it for this morning. We are 3/4 of the way through the contestants at this first round of the Malko competition, but we will be back after lunch with the last 6. So do join us then in an hour's time at 1:30 Central European Time as we continue this first round of the 2021 Malko competition for young conductors.
Nikolai Malko was a frequent conductor of the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Every third year since 1965, the Malko Competition for Young Conductors has been held in Copenhagen, Denmark.
Velkommen til Malko-konkurrencen.
Malko-konkurrence.
Malko. Nikolai Malko.
Så er Malko-konkurrencen 2018.
Hosted by the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, one of the world's oldest broadcast orchestras, with our chief conductor, Maestro Fabio Luisi, as chairman of the jury. This year's competition comes live to you from our home at DR Koncerthuset. We invite you to enjoy 5 days of competition, excitement and passion for music. Welcome to the Malko Competition 2021. Your live streaming host and commentator is Andrew Miller.
Yes, this is Andrew Miller, and welcome back to the DR Concert Hall in Copenhagen for the afternoon session on this day 2 of the Malko Competition for Young Conductors. We have heard from 6 conductors this morning, and we will hear from another 6 this afternoon. Beginning with the first 3, Katharina Wincor from Austria, aged 26, Joel Sandelson from the United Kingdom, aged 27, and Hyon Choe from South Korea, aged 30. Joel returning to Malko after appearing here in 2018. But the other 2 of those 3 are debutantes, and Katharina Wincor, our next contestant, is from Vienna, where she studied conducting at the University of Music and Performing Arts. She's been assistant conductor at the Dallas Symphony Orchestra and was a prize winner at the 2020 Mahler competition in Bamberg. And as we can see on the screen there, she's also participated in the master classes with Ivan Fischer and the Budapest Festival Orchestra. Oh, sorry, no, it was Ivan Fischer and the Royal Concertgebouw Orchestra. Well, we can see Katharina there making her final preparations. A well-marked score by the looks of things. And just a reminder of what's at stake here. The winner of this year's Malko competition will receive a contract from 24 symphony orchestras from around the world, from Sydney to Sunderborg, to conduct subscription concerts. They will receive €20,000 and they will benefit from a year's mentoring from Fabio Luisi, chief conductor of the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, and also career advice from Jessica Ford. Quite a prize, and underlined this summer by 3 former Malko winners taking up new positions at orchestras around the world. This really is the competition that will kickstart your conducting career, or not so much kickstart it as put it into an advanced state almost overnight. So here she is now, the 26-year-old from Austria, Katharina Wincor.
Hey. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Katharina Wincor. I'm very excited to be here today, and we will do Haydn. If we get that far without repeat. much. 104, we go into minor, and that should have a total change of character. More espressivo in the left hand, and really the upbeats on the string, very long. Can we have 99? Yes. And seconds and violas beforehands, that's really scherzando. Very short, softer. Whenever you have 3 eighth notes upbeat, we have to have more of a comma before. This is, as an example, 114. Otherwise, we just can't quite understand it. Better example, we go back, beginning of the allegro. Also, more of a comma. All the short notes, very short, into the string and piano. First and second violins, from bar 32, you have the task to play 2 different characters, and you change all the time. Whenever you're up on the E string, you go down and up. We just try to have it as one big gesture. And when we go on to 40, those are big phrases. Just release more, everyone, from 40 to 41, and then again. 32, everyone. Thank you. In 50, for bassoon, that's of course very exhausting. Still, start very soft and open up. Concentrate on the phrasing as much as they do here. Phrasing great, short, still separate. Brass, horns and trumpets. I could have more of you in 45 and in 49. Sforzato and back off again. 40, we start at 40. go in the development, you go on one bow, and that's bum, 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 that's fine. Just don't get any longer. It's still with diction. (131), anyone who's playing in 131, softer. Very, very short, mysterious. We go from 124. Of a portato, it's all 2-bar phrases without any stops whatsoever. Before that, when we have the syncopation, maybe more consonants and release, then we can intensify it better. 137. Under whatsoever, the 4 bars before the fermata. Just be careful because they keep going. We play again 155. Once again, 2 bars major, separate, clip all the slurs, minor on the string, totally. 155. Bigger contrast to the recap. 193, absolute pianissimo.
There's the gong, and kicking us off on this second afternoon session at the Malko Competition for Young Conductors is Katharina Wincor from Austria, conducting Haydn's Symphony Number 104, the London Symphony, music from 1795 that, well, made Haydn an awful lot of money when it was first performed that year at the King's Theatre in London during Haydn's visit. And Katharina is ready to speak to Selina downstairs.
Katharina Wincor, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
So, it's the first Malko competition for you. How was it to be on stage there?
I mean, meeting any new orchestra is always exciting, and it's a bit special to be watched with live audience and online, but that's part of the game.
How is that special? How does it affect you?
Well, I mean, whenever you meet someone new, it's a bit strange if a lot of people watch that, right?
And you're also amplified meanwhile.
Yes.
Meeting the orchestra, how was the meeting with the DR Symphony Orchestra?
They're very, very engaged when they play from the second that you start, and they're very friendly, and I mean, they're on such a high level that it's just amazing for all of us to have those minutes.
So you walk out here with a good feeling?
That's hard to say. I mean, in regards of the competition, I'm not so sure. There's so much tactic, you know. You have the watch there, then the watch was not quite what I had in my mind of. I thought I had time until 50, it was cut at 48, so.
And then suddenly it.
That was a bit surprising. But.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Thank you, Katharina Wincor.
Katharina Wincor there, enunciating the pressure that all contestants feel when their meeting with the Danish National Symphony Orchestra is watched from all angles. Next up, Joel Sandelson from the United Kingdom, and some viewers may remember his appearance in 2018 at the Malko competition. Since then, he's won third prize at the Siemens Halle competition in Manchester. He's currently assistant conductor at the BBC Scottish Symphony Orchestra, which will put him in regular contact with the Danish conductor Thomas Dausgaard, who is that orchestra's chief conductor. He studied at the Royal Academy of Music and at Cambridge University, and is a cellist, and not the only cellist we will hear from today. One of the contestants later on also started out and still plays indeed the cello. So there is Joel backstage, looking over his score, last minute preparation no doubt. Mozart Don Giovanni by the looks of things, and in this first round conductors choose two pieces from a list of four, the two Mozart overtures, the Haydn Symphony and the Weber overture, and that two is then whittled down to one via a ballot. But he will actually conduct Così fan tutte. Apologies, I keep seeing scores for different pieces, but that'll teach me for trying to second guess what they're going to conduct. Yes, Così fan tutte, and Joel has experience conducting period instrument orchestras, including Wondrous Machine, the orchestra founded by Charles Hazelwood. He has conducted the BBC National Orchestra of Wales, Cincinnati Symphony, the Royal Scottish National Orchestra, another Scottish orchestra with a Danish chief conductor, Thomas Sundergaard, and the Scottish Chamber Orchestra, the Stavanger Symphony Orchestra from Norway, the Sophia Philharmonic, and the Red Note Ensemble. Graduated with a double first from music from Cambridge University, double first in music from Cambridge University, which I think denotes high intelligence. And here he is from the United Kingdom, Joel Sandelson, aged 27.
Very excited to be here with you again. Can we go to Così, please? Bravo, thank you so much. Could we first just do something at the end? So could we start at bar 241? And could we have, in this crescendo in the winds, the trumpets, horns, and timps, could we have the crescendo very, very late? So really, trumpets and timps, only crescendo 251. So you get the winds come up, and then this big surge at the end, very exciting final bit of crescendo. Could we just do direct there, 241, please? Let's keep that animato and a little bit more articulated on the two slurs at the end. 241. Bravo, yes. So seconds, we can get a bit more stuck into that chord. We have 254. Bum, 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 bum. Can be a bit sort of rougher in a way. We don't have to make it too polite. And then 257, bigger più forte on the second quarter note. Da, 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 dee, da, dee, da, da. This closing fanfare, even more marcato. Once just the fortissimo at the end, so 253, please. Occasionally, the quarter notes are sitting back a bit. Yatta, da, 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 da. Keep them traveling. Yes, and more of a sort of sweep. It's more like a long crotchet, long quarter note at the end than tenuto. Brilliant, thank you. Back to the beginning, please. So this first chord, can it be shorter, just more of a sort of sweep? Yum, ba-bum. It's just like the curtain coming up and then the solo character walks on. So a little bit shorter. Let's just listen to the ba-bum and have as marcato in the bass, ba-bum on the 16th. Once more. Can we match the length of the resolution in bar 4? Dee-ya-da-dum. It's just a little shorter from everyone. And I wonder, it's beautiful. Could we experiment with a bit of maybe rhythmic flexibility? Da-ya-da-da-da-da-dum. On the 16th, it could be a little freer. Just straight on bar 2. in the, could we aim of these 5 chords for the 4th one? Yum, bum, 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 for the dominant, that G. Could we do straight on bar 10? A little bit more tender on the A, D, a little bit more dolce. 10. Still feel like just on the separate 8th notes it sits back a time, but we just think even more through and have more agitato in the bass, beam, bum, 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 tiny bit more marcato even. Presto, direct. Phrasing. Yes. So just in this little flute counter melody, could we keep the sound at the end? A little bit more sound just at the end, so it speaks at the very end. Could we try just the first forte once more, 25? Can this half note that have an accent but a very light sort of lifted one, not so it really goes up rather than being pesante? 25. Just to there, 71, can we come down even more? But with a lot of detail. We need to play with the most detail when it's softest, I think. Can we go direct on 57? Could we have maybe even more release on this syncopation? A little bit more nervous. 57? Espressivo? This one at 101 can almost sound more minore, so it's not in the light release version, but a little bit more, I wouldn't say long, still just a short, but slightly more aggressive. So a little bit more marcato there. 101, direct. Release. Still keep marcato, shorter. Now clearly slow. Yeah, I would love it if we could have this very secretive 149, very soft. because it finally sort of escapes the loop it's been in for ages. I just want to do one thing again. So 107. So the thing I really like about this bit is that every time it comes back, it's in a slightly darker orchestration. So this one, first flute, 107, very sort of airy, sort of quite nervous in a way. Can we do that just once more? 105, so the 2 bars of syncopation. Still, it can still have more release. Very alert. So 169, so we're only poco forte before this, and then can into 169 be really con brio. Into that C minor one. Straight on 165, please. Yes, still short on the crotchets, I think. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Joel Sandelson there from the United Kingdom, 27 years old, and it's interesting to reflect that he was 24 when he last came to Malko, and I think those 3 years have made all the difference to his handling of the orchestra and indeed that piece. And he suggests with his hair that British conductors are most talented when they have big curly hair. Well, stay tuned because 4 more conductors to come, and today is the day when we hear the jury verdict and who will go through to round 2. But in the meantime, Joel is ready downstairs to talk to Selina.
You were in the Malko before. How was it to be back here?
Definitely a sense of deja vu, I think. It's quite weird to be back, but fantastic. And, you know, to come back after 3 years and work with this unbelievable orchestra is amazing to do it again.
Did you recognize the orchestra? Could you recognize the musicians or the way they play?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I definitely recognize their responsiveness and their enormous musicality, and yeah, the players as well.
You looked as if you had fun in there.
Yeah, well, it's one of the most fun pieces that's ever been written, so I think you have to just kind of forget it's a competition and try and enjoy it a little bit.
Yeah, you got the Così fan tutte. Was there something specific you wanted to convey to the musicians?
I think often it's played in quite a polite way, and I think it should sound more crazy in a way. It should sound, you know, it's about the madness of the plot of the opera, and I think it really gets a sense of those sort of tangled plots. And if it has a more sort of energetic, electric sense to it, then that's great.
Well, so more extremes and more craziness. Thank you, Joel Sandelson.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and following Joel, we have our final contestant before the short break this afternoon, and it is Hyon Choe from South Korea, but who grew up in California and is currently assistant conductor at the Zurich Tonhalle Orchestra. Holly has a master's in orchestral conducting from Zurich University, and she is once again an experienced conductor, one who has worked here in Denmark before as a guest conductor with the Sønderjylland Symphony Orchestra, in other words, well, also known in English as the South Jutland Philharmonic Orchestra down in Sønderborg. And She is recently recipient of an award from the George Schulte Foundation in the US and scholarship recipient from the Taki Alsop Conducting Fellowship Scheme. Well, we can see her there making her way from the conductor's common room, or the designated conductor's dressing room, through the backstage area here at the DR Concert Hall towards the side of the backstage area where she's just going to be fitted up with her microphone. And Holly, of course, with her roots in South Korea, is in very good company. This orchestra has two musicians from South Korea, two principals, one of which is the concertmaster. Very much a powerhouse country in classical music right now, exporting talent all around the world. So here she is, Holly Hyun-chae from the USA via South Korea, or the other way around, 30 years old.
Hello, everybody. Let's start with Cozy once more. Thank you very much. Wonderful. So you can feel that the ending, we go, go, go. If we can go from 227, from these next 14 bars compared to the very first time when we have it, I would like to try to tell the preview of the ending of the opera, where the characters finally forgive each other because they were tricking each other the whole opera, and they say, okay, now you come back to me and you come back to me, everything is fine. So when we have this second time andante, measure 231, this is più espressivo, where you say, I really do love you. First time, it's I think I love you. But this time, they mean it, and it's more sincere. So for the we go, the second time we actually go there. First time, we do subito piano, because there's doubt in the guys' hearts. Yeah? Can we try it from 227? That's an awkward place. Let's go 219. 8 bars before Dora. Last 2D. The reason why we go there is because now it's a happy ending. You know, comedy, opera that's a comedy, but it's, we forgive each other, okay. Let's go, love, marriage, yeah. So we go. So for the strings and the brass, if the articulation of the quarter notes in these 5 chords can be a little bit more sharper for the second time. Compared to the first time, we make it fuller. Yeah? Let's go directly to 36, the 5 chords. A bit sharp, with lots of excitement. Yes, the 5 chords are wonderful. Now the next transition to this last piano, it has to be, even though it's exciting, I think it'll be more exciting if we have a really subito piano, and to have a contrast. In the winds, brass, and the timpani, when we have the long chord 245 at the end, you have a crescendo written at 248. Is this correct? When we get there, can you just think a crescendo, save it for 2 bars later, then do it to the forte, 2 bars later, mean it. Then fortissimo comes really as a big finish. Yeah? Okay, let's try it together from 2, same place, 236. 236. Yes, thank you, wonderful. Can we now compare it to bar 10 near the beginning? Bar 10 directly. So now we do the subito piano and the chords a little bit longer and slower. in this thema, which I'm sure you've played a million times in the past 2 days, I would like us to try to imagine the two women in the opera who are in their bedrooms and imagining the charm of their respective lovers who are off to war, fake, right? Oh, my guy is so handsome, and the other girl's like, well, my guy's taller than yours, and there's a lot of this, on the phone, maybe conversation, very charming, very easy, which also for us in the boom-cha-cha-cha land, that we played a little bit more cha-cha-cha, rather than boom-cha-cha-cha, boom. It's a little bit longer in the bass, cello bass. Yeah, and for us at the top, very dreamy, yeah. Let's try it directly, 29. Sorry, before you put your instruments up, mistake, conductor mistake. This is like, ooh, oh my God, ooh la la, that kind of feeling. We have it twice, right? 8 bars, 8 bars. When it comes the first time, it's just a small ooh la la. Second time, a bigger ooh la la. Yeah, so that we have some kind of a progression in these repetitions. Yeah, 29. In one. That's great. Now it's a little bit exaggerated, yeah? So the first one, even a smaller ooh la la. So that second one, we don't have to push too much out of the piano character. When the bassoon joins, could you try to blend in a little bit softer into the winds, because it's we're adding more voices and it easily gets too loud. If we can look at measure 53, pam 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 pam. We have this 11 times, pam 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 pam, in the whole overture. In a 4-minute overture, you get this music 11 times. Each time, the half note is the most important, where we give the most energy. Pam, 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 pam. Sometimes we're not as accurate, the quarter note coming after the first half note. Pam, 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 pam. So just in your ears, can we just be exactly on time together? Let's just do those 4 bars together. 5, 3. Can we give even more energy on the half notes? Like a champagne popping. Pam, 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 pam. Wonderful. Now the quarter notes that come after the half note. Let's make a small crescendo, almost unnoticeable crescendo, so we always phrase forward. Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Let's do the passage again from the presto direct, directly at presto. I have to be careful not to be too fast to save it for the coda. Yeah. Thank you so much. Cello bass, 73. It's not very often we get odd number phrases. Usually we get 2 bars, 4 bars, 8 bars, 16. So when we have those odd number phrases, I try to bring it out. And connecting it to the character and the story, the men have still a doubt. It's still near the beginning of the overture. So not to have a 4 bar, it's a surprise, the 4th bar, which becomes the new first bar. Right, so 3 plus 3. If we can try to bum bum bum, bim bum bum, bum bum, bum bum bum, bum bum bum, just a bit more obviously. For the winds, bar 73. So we have 3 plus 3 bar groups. Every third bar, there's a suspension that can be brought up even more in the secondary players. Can we try from 73 directly? Yeah. Once more, if 73, is it easy to find? 7-3. 7-3, yeah? Okay. And thank you very much.
Well, there's the gong for Holly Hyun-chae from America. And she really tried to find the theatre and the story there in the overture to Mozart's Così fan tutte. Fantastic to hear her talking about the characters there in the opera and the resolution and the story arc that overture really encapsulates. And she had a strategy, and she had one significant point to make, and that's always a good approach in a competition like this with limited time. And she can now talk to Selina downstairs.
Holly Choe,
hi.
Thank that you are coming out to meet us here. You just had to wipe your face when coming out. Was it exhausting for you to stand in there?
Not exhausting at all. They give you more adrenaline, and that's what I love about conducting, is that you always get energy back from the musicians. And especially this orchestra, they're so giving and open to ideas, and it's a really great experience to have this as a young conductor.
So how was it to stand in there, in front of the orchestra, trying to convey all your ideas about the Mozart piece?
Right. As a young conductor, especially in our stage, we are always planning, always thinking of new ways to present the music. And so you have a billion of ideas in your head before you go on stage. But you have to be somehow open also for how they play and be able to adjust in the moment and to share your ideas that are the most important. Yeah.
So you have to figure out, okay, which idea should I talk about and which should I just leave behind? Was that a difficult process for you, or did it come easily? Or how did you experience it?
I think with more podium time or more experience that I have, the easier it is to listen in real time. So what the orchestra is doing, if I try to show something and they do it, then I don't need to speak about it. But if I show it and they don't do it, because it's a different idea than the previous contestants, then we have to discuss.
So did you get what you wanted in there?
Absolutely. Yeah.
You got the Mozart piece. Were you happy with that?
Very happy, yes. I think there's so much fun characters in these two overtures, so I was very happy to be selected for the Così fan tutte.
So you had a nice time, all in all. Your 15 minutes in the Malko was a nice time.
Yes, very much. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us here.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, welcome back to the DR Koncerthus in Copenhagen. And while the Danish National Symphony Orchestra and our conductors take a well-deserved half-hour break, we can take a look back at what they've shown us already and take a look forward at who we're going to be seeing for the rest of this afternoon. But in the meantime, I'm very pleased to be joined by Katharina Diaz, who is a well-known figure here in Copenhagen, a literary critic at the newspaper Berlingske. Katharina, you're also a sort of critic at large, writing for other publications, and a strong advocate for equality, both in gender and racial terms. But you're also a regular fixture at the Opera House,
yes,
a great champion of the Opera House here in Copenhagen. So we look forward to talking to you in a little while about ways in which we might supercharge the kind of diversity in classical music, and way in which you've seen that happen in your own sphere, the literary sphere. But first, let us hear from our contestants in their own words. They have made little postcards for us this year at the Malko competition, so that we might get a little glimpse into their lives, into their careers, what makes them tick, what music they love. So let us hear a little from the first contestant we heard this afternoon, and that is Katharina Wincor.
Hi, my name is Katharina Wincor and I'm originally from Austria.
My musical journey started pretty early just because I come from a musical family. Both my parents are music teachers, and I also have 3 older sisters. Ultimately, all of them went into music as well, so you can imagine that growing up, our house was just full of kids practicing some instrument. From this sort of overall curiosity for anything that has to do with music, I also started to conduct. I was then in high school, about 17 years old, and I put together just a couple of friends to sing in a chamber choir. We just rehearsed like crazy, and we were all really motivated to give our very best. I finished high school, and you have to do something afterwards, so I had the feeling the most challenging, interesting, adventurous thing would be study conducting and see where it goes. I'm now looking forward to yet another adventure in Copenhagen. I've heard the orchestra on videos, on recordings. I haven't seen them live yet. I'm super excited about it.
Katharina Wincor there from Austria, who we heard from first this afternoon. And Catherine, we've had 2 female conductors so far in this afternoon's session, and I wanted to ask you, it still feels unusual at the Opera House, doesn't it, when a woman conductor walks out? I've experienced the audience almost gasp when they've seen a woman conductor there.
Yeah, I know. I haven't given it much thought myself. I don't gasp. I don't chatter. I mean, it's not something that seems unnormal for me. But I guess it is for somebody else. Yeah. but for me, I mean, I don't care. I mean, I don't pay any more attention to that when a woman conductor walks out. No, I don't think so.
I guess we're aiming for the time when it feels completely normal and it's not noticed even. Let's hear a little from Joel Sandelson, who was the second contestant this afternoon from the UK, and here he is telling us a little bit about himself.
Hello, my name's Joel. I'm a conductor from London, and I'm really looking forward to taking part in the Malko competition this year. I started off as a cellist, and I did a lot of playing as a chamber musician in orchestras and as a soloist. And those experiences really feed into what I do as a conductor. But at one point I decided I really wanted to make the change to conducting because I love what it offers in terms of being able to balance the really visceral aspects of performing with reflecting on the music and really thinking about it in detail. And also, of course, the chance to collaborate with wonderful orchestras in different places and see what they have to offer as musicians and to make music together as well. And I just really love the process of exploring these incredible documents and works of art from completely different times and places with all the thought and feeling that they have in them.
Joel Sandelson there from the UK, and he's 27 years old this year, but when he first appeared in Malko in 2018, he was just 24, and I think those 3 years have made a huge difference to his maturity as a musician and to his stature in front of the orchestra here. One of 2 contestants this year who we have returning for a second time to the competition. Well, third this afternoon we heard from Holly Choe from the United States, born in South Korea. Let's hear a little bit from Holly about her musical background as she gives us her postcard from home.
Hi, my name is Holly Choe, and I am originally from South Korea in Daegu, and I moved to the States when I was about 9 years old. So I consider myself a Korean American, and I am very grateful to be part of this competition and looking forward very much. I am also teaching at the Zurich University of the Arts with students who are music majors, but not necessarily orchestral conducting majors. So here's a photo of me working with a choral conducting student. I came into conducting around age 16, 17 as a drum major of a high school marching band in South Pasadena, California. And in college, I started taking conducting seminar courses, and from there on, now I am assistant conductor at the Tonhalle Orchestra Zurich.
One of my biggest hobbies is cooking, and here you can see some Korean dumplings that I made with my friends who are not Korean, and so it's always a joy to be able to share the food that I grew up on with friends who've never tried it before. And the last photo is a picture of my neighbor who comes over to puzzle with me.
One thing that I love about conducting is the nonverbal communications aspect, how much you can communicate without actually speaking to one another, but through the eyes, through the facial expressions, through my gestures, my body and their body. And this is a lot of fun for me.
Holly Hyun Choe there from America, and one of many musicians who's graduated from the back of the orchestra to the front of it, a former percussionist. Well, we'll hear more from the three contestants we're yet to see conduct a little bit later. But in the meantime, Catherine, once again, it's great to have you with us to discuss issues of diversity and equality across the arts. And from your perspective as a literary critic, I wonder if I can ask how you've sensed the last year. This has been a big year for kind of turning points, realizations across the world about issues of equality and prejudice. And do you feel in your, from your position, there's been some sort of sea change?
Kind of. I do. I remember when Amanda Gorman, the poet, the inauguration poet from Joe Biden's inauguration, she wanted a white non-binary person to translate her poem, and the world just went ballistic because they wouldn't have that. They wanted a black person. Right, and this was a white person, and this is just one example of people from everywhere rising up against something that has to do with my thing, which is literature, which is not usually a great agenda, but I feel it is now, and I feel it really has to do with a lot of activism going on in the world right now.
Yeah,
which is great.
I mean, it's clear to see this kind of flood of new voices coming into literature. Maybe not enough still, but still a real change. And we get the impression that, in classical music, we're maybe 20 years behind. Yeah. And we're kind of engineering from the bottom, or trying to. Yeah. And I know that you've written very powerfully about how, this is a systemic problem and it needs sort of systemic solutions. So do you feel it's working in literature? The kind of sector is making the progress it needs to make?
I think so, yeah. I mean, we're not there yet, but I think we're making progress. And I also think that you are making progress in classical music. Unfortunately, this is a very conservative genre of music, a very conservative genre of culture. So, I mean, we're moving forward, but it's not, it's not a very high pace.
Yeah. How can we speed that pace up, would you say?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure how to answer that, but I guess what we can do, very hands-on, is to just hire more female conductors. That's a way to begin. Mm-hmm. Just hire more female conductors. I don't know why would it be such a huge problem?
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, I guess it's about management, isn't it? I mean, we've heard there's a fantastic tenor, Lawrence Brownlee, who's very active in America and is coming to Copenhagen this summer for the Opera Festival, who is saying, there is no black artistic director of an opera house in America. There is no black casting director of an opera house in America.
Right.
So until that change is made, we won't get more black people cast in to sing and cast in to conduct.
Right. You actually need to start from the top.
Yeah.
Somewhat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, does it go even further back into education, would you say? and the way certain aspects of high culture, in inverted commas, are opened up to the whole kind of breadth of society?
You mean, is it non-approachable?
Well, there's a certain sense that high culture exists for certain establishment individuals, and that the rest of culture exists for others. And, once we can make that a bit more fluid, perhaps we'll be making progress.
Yeah, I agree. I absolutely agree. And I'm very sad that this is how I guess a lot of people look at classical music. It's absolutely not true. Classical music is for everyone who wants it, everyone who wants to be intrigued by it. It shouldn't have anything to do with class differences or anything at all.
Mm-hmm. It's very interesting to talk about the role that journalists play in this.
Yeah.
Because you have what seems to me a very kind of powerful voice right now, and if we rewind 100 years, when journalists were dismissing female composers as, housewives, amateurs, the wife of Robert Schumann, etc.
Yeah.
It was a sort of journalistic, it was the fault of journalists, in a sense, that a lot of these figures were sidelined. So we have a responsibility, do we not?
We absolutely have, we do have a huge responsibility. But I also think that, who has the biggest responsibility of all is the communication, staff from the theaters and etc. The people who work with communication, the people who are, selling the tickets and hiring in, etc., etc. I think these are the ones who has the biggest responsibility, and also
the messaging, really, that you're not talking to the people who are already your audience, that you're trying to reach the people who are perhaps not yet in the audience.
Yeah, but we all share responsibility. I think it needs to start there, That's very.
One can never get any peace in this competition, that's for sure. Now, can I ask you how you felt getting to your position as one of the most respected literary critics in Denmark? I mean, did you feel that it was a struggle, or did you feel that people looked at you and kind of asked, well, what are you doing here?
Absolutely. I mean, at first, I did not feel as if I was one of the most respected. Thank you for calling me that. I hope that's true. You should probably ask someone else about that. But it was a struggle. I mean, when you look a certain way and you are a certain sex, and I was also young when I first got in the business of critics, and this business, my business, literature critics was. I really have to
I'm so sorry about the noise.
No, let me try. It was very male-dominated, but it was also very conservative. I guess a little bit like this business, right? So I had to really fight. I don't like that word because it's not. I don't see myself fighting in that way. I just, I claimed my space somehow, and fortunately, I had women helping me, women who had been in the business.
Okay.
For
I'm going to have to stop you there, Katharina. Thank you so much. We're just going to hear from Selina downstairs, who has more for us from the basement.
Yeah, we'll continue the topic of diversity, because I've picked up, do you remember Pamela Rosenberg, a former artistic director of one of the world's leading orchestra, the Berlin Philharmonic. So, Pamela Rosenberg, thank you for joining us here. Hope you're having a good time.
It's fascinating. It's really fascinating.
Tell us, in your time as artistic director of the Berlin Philharmonic, how did you work with diversity?
Well, when I came to Berlin, I realized that it has the largest Turkish population outside of Istanbul and Ankara in the world. And there's an enormous Turkish population in Berlin, big middle class. And my ambition was to get them to come to the Philharmonie. So I started a series in our chamber music hall, which is very big, actually. It seats 1,100 people, called Alla Turca Intercultural Meetings. And there I combined, half of the program would be Western music, half would be Turkish music. And my ambition was not only to get the Turkish citizens to come, but to get the other members of the public curious and interested in the Turkish music. And so the first one was a program with Gregorian chant combined with Sufi music from the 13th century. And the audience was 50-50. I mean, they all came. And we continue doing programming like that.
That's really interesting, because when you talk about diversity, people usually think about gender. Do we play music of women composers?
Yeah. It's another thing. I mean, the three different topics you need to discuss when discussing diversity. One is composers, one is musicians, because the musicians are usually in the classical world not yet very diverse. I mean, there are women, but they're not persons of color very often in many of the Western orchestras. And the other is then the public, getting the public, a mixed public, to also come. So you have to do lots of, I think, education projects in schools so that children who otherwise wouldn't be exposed to classical music get the bug and become then your future audiences. So it's about audience building, but also then with your programming, audience building with your programming.
And do you see it progressing in Berlin?
It did progress. I mean, one of our problems in the classical music world is that the members of the public the average age tends to be sort of a little bit older, and so it's an issue of trying to get the younger public to come. And so we did, with the kind of interesting, fun program where we got some of those members of the public to be interested and to come. But as I said, you have to start working with the kids, the teenagers, and then get them to come. But the Alla Turca really was a huge success.
Pamela Rosenberg, thank you for telling us about your time as a former artistic director in the Berlin Philharmonic.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, some very interesting points there from Pamela Rosenberg, formerly of the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra. And Catherine, the point about diversity of communities is a really important one. And you were a great champion of the Danish poet Yaha Hassan.
Yeah.
I hope I've said his name correctly there. This is an interesting thing, isn't it? We live in a diverse city here in Copenhagen with people of all nationalities. We don't see enough of them at the Opera House. We don't see enough of them at the concert hall. Right. And how do we engage these people without patronizing them?
Well, wow. If I knew the answer to that, communication. I mean, I believe that's what it takes, the right type of communication. And I'm not really sure how, but I really believe that it's possible to. It's something, get the music out of here, get it out there, get it out where they are. But it's difficult.
Communication is something that you're so passionate about the operas you see, and it's there for everyone.
I'm no expert, though, I gotta say.
Oh, but that's the advantage.
I'm definitely.
You know a lot about it, and your passion just springs off your Instagram posts.
I'm passionate.
It's fantastic to see. Well, we should now move to the last three postcards from our conductors, and we start with the first conductor we shall see after this short break, and that is. It is Junping Qian.
Hello, my name is Junping Qian. I'm an orchestra conductor. I came from a very small place in China called Wanli New Village, and now I live in Berlin, Germany.
I almost always carry more than one baton with me. I can
actually never find a perfect baton for every piece of music. And for every different day, my feeling changes. So I always keep trying different batons. This photo was taken in 2018, after my first day of work as the assistant conductor of the Royal Scottish National Orchestra. This photo was taken in March of this year. I was taking a nap with my dog, Maroni. She came to my family in the end of January this year. This was a photo taken last year by a famous American Chinese painter, Chen Danqing, in a contemporary art museum in Shanghai. I love to go to museums, watching films, having provocative discussions, and I hope to become a complete artist and human being. The role as a traveler is somewhat essential for a conductor's life. At least it was the case before the pandemic. This is what I look like when I travel internationally nowadays. I wanted to become a conductor since teenager. I have some kind of voice and sound in my mind that I just cannot hear it anywhere. And it's so beautiful. I want to share with everyone, and I want to make it into reality through my conducting.
Junping Qian there from China, and another conductor who has a four-legged companion for solace. We saw his dog there, and also as assistant conductor of the Royal Scottish National Orchestra, he will be working extensively with Thomas Søndergaard, the Danish conductor who we saw in that picture with him. Well, we're staying in China for our next postcard, and it's from the contestant who will come after Junping, and that is Linhan Cui.
Hello, I'm Linhan Cui, come from China, and now I'm studying at Indiana University in America. This is a concert picture when I was conducting the Dvorak Symphony 7 at Peabody Conservatory. This is when I was in Guangzhou Xinhai Concert Hall. I was in Michigan with my friend in Michigan University. This is my concert picture with Peabody Conductor Orchestra. I was learning score with my friend in New Jersey. I'm so honored and excited that I can attend Malko Competition this year with Danish Symphony Orchestra. See you.
Linhan Cui there, who we shall be hearing from in just over 20 minutes' time. And after that, we hear from the last contestant of this first round, number 24, and the postcard from Maurice Cohn from America.
Hi everyone, my name is Maurice. I'm originally from a small town in Illinois in the United States, and then I moved to New York State for school. This is a recent rehearsal at the Eastman School of Music. Like many people, I'm sure, we have been navigating COVID this year and figuring out how to stay safe but keep putting on concerts. And there are a lot of challenges, but I've found it really exciting to figure out how to connect with an ensemble that's spaced much farther apart and how to make sure that we can keep making music through the pandemic. I came to conducting as a cellist. When I was at conservatory, I took a part-time job as a cello coach and then assistant conductor of a local youth orchestra. And that's where I really fell in love with conducting and decided to pursue it after I graduated. I recently finished a master's program and will be starting as an assistant in the fall. The second photo, this is just a recent photo of my desk with a fantastic piece by Angelica Negron, What Keeps Me Awake, on the desk there that you can see, which I got to conduct a couple months ago and which is really terrific. The third photo, this is just a fun picture after a concert with, just to keep in mind that even our celebrations have to be a little socially distanced, and so we're making sure we're far enough apart even as we're having fun after a performance. I'm incredibly thrilled and really just honored to be part of this year's Malko Competition and to get to work with the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Thank you all so much, and I'll see you soon.
Maurice Cohn there, the final contestant we'll hear from in this first round of the Malko Competition for Young Conductors 2021. And another cellist like Joel Sandelson. Well, Catherine, it's great to still have you with us. And perhaps as a final thought, I mean, there's such a long way to go for classical music. There's perhaps a long way to go for literature too, but at least we're having the conversation now. And it seems that now is the time when so many more people are having this conversation. Maybe I could ask you to recommend who should we be reading to expand our worldview? What are the voices that have sort of been silent up to now that we should be engaging with in order to sort of expand our view of the cultural universe?
Well, you mentioned him before. Yahya Hassan would be a great advice. I would like to give that to you all. I mean, there are so many. I can't really choose. We see a lot, especially a lot of young people in literature these years who are really remarkable and you know, changing the world through their literature. But I would like to honor him right now.
And Amanda Gorman, you mentioned, who made that extraordinary speech at the inauguration.
Definitely, she's amazing. Gosh, there are so many, but do go ahead and read Yahya Hassan.
Mm-hmm. And we can get some recommendations from your Instagram account. I know that one of your posts you finished recently with a list of 4 or 5 novels to read, which
I did that, huh?
I think so.
Yeah. I probably
maybe it was not novels, but more works in general. That just shows my sometimes my Danish reading isn't as accurate as it should be. Well, thank you so much for coming to join us today. It's been fascinating to hear your perspectives, and keep telling us what we should be listening to and reading, and keep posting from the opera and from concerts. And yeah, we look forward to reading you for many years to come.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Catherine.
Thanks for having me.
And with that, we have 3 contestants left to hear this afternoon. The Danish National Symphony Orchestra is pretty much ready and quiet at last on stage. So stay with us, and we will hear from the last 3 at this year's Malko Competition for Young Conductors.
Nikolai Malko was a frequent conductor of the Danish National Symphony Orchestra. Every 3rd year since 1965, the Malko Competition for Young Conductors has been held in Copenhagen, Denmark.
Velkommen til Malko-konkurrencen.
Malko-konkurrence.
Malko. Nikolai Malko.
Så Malko-konkurrencen 2018.
Hosted by the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, one of the world's oldest broadcast orchestras, with our chief conductor, Maestro Fabio Luisi, as chairman of the jury. This year's competition comes live to you from our home at DR Koncerthuset. We invite you to enjoy 5 days of competition, excitement and passion for music. Welcome to the Malko Competition 2021. Your live streaming host and commentator is Andrew Miller.
Yes, welcome back. Welcome back to the DR Concert Hall. And we are in the final straight of this first round in the 2021 Malko Competition for Young Conductors. 3 conductors left to perform. They are Junping from China, Linhan Cui from China, and Maurice Cohn from the United States. Well, let's tell you a little bit about them. Junping from China graduated from the Curtis Institute and from the Hochschule für Musik Hans Eisler in Berlin, both first-rate conservatories. Assistant conductor at the Royal Scottish National Orchestra, which of course puts him in regular contact with the Danish conductor Thomas Søndergaard, and already a competition winner. In 2017, he walked off with the first prize at the Bucharest International Conducting Competition. Considerable experience conducting the Royal Scottish National Orchestra, the Shanghai Philharmonic, the Calgary Philharmonic, and the Hungarian State Opera. as well as the Concerthouse Orchestra in Berlin. Well, there he is backstage, well coiffed, and a reminder of just what's at stake here. He stands to win, as do his 23 colleagues, one of the biggest prizes in conducting, a €20,000 cash prize, a contract to conduct 24 symphony orchestras around the world, mentoring from Fabio Luisi and Jessica Ford. Well, he's making his way to the backstage area to have his microphone fitted. And the reason for the microphone fitting, of course, is not just so that we can hear his instructions to the orchestra on the stream. It is also, of course, so that the audience here at the DR Concert Hall can hear him. And it's fantastic to welcome back an audience to this hall. And they have been back since May, after a long hiatus when audiences were prohibited from December. Of course, another one of the conditions imposed by COVID-19 is this extended stage, which means musicians are sitting further apart from one another, and that also makes it far harder to conduct an ensemble of musicians. So, here he is now from China, Junping Qian, aged 31.
All right. How are you? Are you tired? Oh, sorry. It's the other way. You know, it's a great honor for me to be here, and I've seen your videos for years, you know, so finally I get to stand here and ready to touch your magical sound. You know, it itself is already a miracle. You know, imagine if you meet Heifetz live, face to face. You know, so let's make more miracle together. All right. Beginning, please. First note, oboe and fagot. We can come a little late, just a tiny late. Yeah. So then we can really start from niente. Yeah. No diminuendo, no diminuendo. So let's do one more time. Wonderful, wonderful. You have bar numbers, yeah? Can we do 18, 16, bar 16? 3. I would like to have a little, how to say, it's not an accent, but like Sicherheit, present on your entrance at bar 18. So it's a little bit more mezzo forte, yeah? It was okay, but let's be sure. Okay, one more time, 16, 3. Let's do bar, this is when the tremolo starts. Bar 25 or 6? 26? 25? Okay. 25. Not fingerboard, not fingerboard. Make it into the string, but soft. Intense, but into the string, but soft. I'm about to do something bad. Yeah, can we have a little sharper accent? You know, he's about to do something not moral, but he has to do it because it's so tempting. You know, that kind of. And that pizzicato is great. I think timpani can have a little softer sound or drier sound, let's say. It's almost from the bottom, underground. Heaven, hell, from hell, yes. Heaven's there, sorry. Yeah. In the operas, Zamil, boom. Zamil is the devil. Shine, you know, that's kind of that. Okay, right there, 15, 25. I think you can still play more, but I won't torture you today. we need to have this kind of this gesture, you know. Or do you want to do just one more time? Okay. Right there, 25 again.
Tack så mycket. That sounds more Swedish than Danish, but that's time up for Junping Qian from China, the 31-year-old conducting Max Weber's overture to Dufresne. And his position at the Royal Scottish National Orchestra, I think, means that we have both Glasgow's assistant conductors here at the Malko competition, both the assistant of the Royal Scottish National Orchestra and of the BBC Scottish Symphony Orchestra. And we can now hear from him, because he's downstairs with Selina.
All right.
Junping Qian, thank you for joining us here. So you're still breathing a bit hard. Was it exhausting for you to be on stage?
I try to avoid that, but when the music is there, it's so hard to resist. You know, you want to dive in and to really make it happen.
So you really dived in?
Yeah. You know, the funny thing is, you could feel nervous, but when you stand in front of a group of people that they are supportive, they want to do good music, and then the nervous goes away all.
So did you have a good time in there?
I think so. I think I was a little bit not nervous but tense. But when I start to rehearse, it's okay. It became normal.
And were you happy about the Weber piece?
Yeah. I think maybe I can do better in the beginning. when I run through it, but it is what it is. I think I did 70%.
Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, he's right about that. The Danish National Symphony Orchestra does give every opportunity to these conductors and tries to be with them and as supportive as possible throughout their 15 minutes in the first round. Well, next up, we're staying with China because we have Linhan Cui, who is 27 years old, a conducting fellow of the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra 2 years ago, and a master's graduate from the Peabody Conservatory, where she studied with Marin Alsop. Currently pursuing a doctoral degree at Indiana University. And it's worth saying that there is, well, there is, yes, sir, sorry, excuse me. They're just looking at some statistics about winners of the competition and how Americans seem to be on top in terms of winners at Malko. A total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But obviously, the centre of gravity is constantly shifting in the musical world, and we have so many talented musicians from the Far East these days, many of them travelling to America to train, like Linhan Cui, who, as mentioned, is currently studying at Indiana University, which has a great renowned music faculty. Well, here she is, just approaching the sound department to have her microphone fitted. Just taking a last look through her score there. And these last few seconds are the ones in which the contestants really have to find some mental strength or perhaps mental peace as they prepare to walk out in front of the audience here. So here she is, the penultimate contestant in the first round from China, 27-year-old Linhan Cui.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Linhan Cui. I'm so honored and happy to be here, and nice to meet you all. Let's start from Haydn and no repeat. Thank you. That's so nice. Thank you, guys. So let's from the top. So strings, major 9. So this is the second time piano, right? Let's do major 9 pianissimo. And major 10, little more piano. And 11, mezzo piano and subito piano mezzo pianissimo at bar 12. Okay? Thank you very much. Let's from the top beginning. more time. Again, should be a more active body. Let's do Allegro. Thank you. At bar 40, may I ask first violin and the cello, you are doing parallel of tenths. So support each other and moving to the next bar. Thank you so much. Let's do bar 38, Tutti. Thank you. 38. Thank you very much. So bar 69, can you ask more viola? Yes, very. Thank you so much. 65. Thank you, Tutti. 65. So here, 104 strings. Can we back to the piano so we can hear the oboe very much? Oboe is the cold sound, but it's not loud. Thank you so much. Let's do 99. Tutti, 99. Let's keep the mystery some. So the short note should be a little bit more together. Okay, let's do here development 124. Thank you, Tutti. 124. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, time's up for Linhan Cui from China, 27 years old, giving us the first movement of Haydn's Symphony number 104, the London Symphony, music from 1795. And such bustle and excitement in that movement, which really is a gift for our conductors. And they've all worked so hard on articulation, on various different ideas about how to structure and articulate that movement. And Linhan is downstairs now, ready to talk
Linhan
to
Cui,
Selina.
thank you for joining us. Well, you have your hands in your pockets, shoulders down, you look relaxed.
Yeah, after that, I relax. Yeah. So it's wonderful. It's my first conducting the whole orchestra for this whole year. So I'm very excited.
You're very excited because this was the first time you conducted an orchestra.
Full orchestra. Yes, but since the COVID, yeah.
So how was it to be back?
Wow, that's wonderful. This is the wonderful orchestra, and I'm so lucky that I can work with this level orchestra. I very enjoy that.
You got the Haydn piece.
Yes.
What did you want to convey with that? What did you want to bring forward?
It's the sound of the classical and the phrase, and also the balance is very important. So, but they play very well, so I will just adjust a little bit the balance here, and it sounds beautiful.
So you didn't have to do so much?
Yeah, I think I got what I want.
Well, that's a good thing to walk out with that feeling.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah.
Yes, she got what she wanted, and what a joy it must be to conduct an orchestra for the first time, a full orchestra after this period of silence enforced by COVID-19. Next up, the final contestant of this first round, number 24, but age 26, Maurice Cohn from the United States. And like the British contestant from earlier, Joel Sandelson, he trained as a cellist, but has a master's degree in orchestral conducting from the Eastman School of Music, and is a prize winner at the Aspen Music Festival, the Robert J. Harth Conducting Prize. Maurice is 26. There he is in his dressing room. The conductor's pencil. And he already has one or two orchestras of his own, music director of the New Horizons Orchestra and assistant conductor of the Eastman Philharmonia. Also works regularly with the contemporary music ensemble the Zaffa Collective, based in Chicago, and the Ossia New Music Ensemble. And he spent 2 seasons as assistant conductor of the National Music Festival. And has also held the co-artistic directorship of the Arts at Ascension Music Festival. So a considerable range of experience from this young American, administrative as well as musical. And here he is making his way onto the stage now from America, 26 years old, Maurice Cohn.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's really an honor to be here. Thank you all so much for making this possible. Giovanni, please. Thank you very much. Could we do a little bit of work at the beginning, please? When we start in the viola, cello, bass, a little bit more articulation, beat 3 and beat 1, just to make sure that we hear the syncopation. And then even more phrasing in the woodwinds, 2-bar phrases to grow into the lower octave here, bars 5 through 9. Very beginning. Wonderful. Beginning was excellent. Just a couple things. When horns and trumpets come in bar 9, maybe a little bit less, still primarily woodwind color. So make sure we're only supporting there, not too loud. In the seconds, this fiery bit, we need a little bit more fire, measure 13. Use the last 3/16 of beat 2 and beat 4, but to sort of propel that forward and make it a little bit louder there too as well. First violins in measure 15 and 16, take just a little bit more care on the end of those. Make sure we have a little bit of vibrato on every eighth note. Bar 5, even more space between the dotted quarter and the eighth, just sort of cold as ice. Really wonderful. Thank you for all of that. A couple things here. In 23, we just need ever so slightly more drama. The crescendo all the way to the top D. Right now we're peaking on the C sharp. Peak on the top D with a little bit of space. At the top there. And cellos and bass, just like we did, a little bit of crescendo for you as well with the eighth note. Could we go, please, this is 2 measures before, 18, 19, 20, measure 21. here, in the first and second violins, right on the molto allegro, make sure the first 4 bars, starting on the second bar, one long line, so that it goes all the way to bar 4, and then the only bar 5 and 6 are in the new character. We can't diminuendo too soon. Here, in the woodwinds in brass, measure 38. Just be careful, we really control the end of this phrase, a little bit more space after the quarter note and the downbeat of measure 39. Bum, ba, ba, bum, just to make sure that's really steady. Also, in the flute and bassoon, just a very small thing, measure 42, those 8th notes, just to make sure they come out all the way here. Right on the molto allegro. Let's try something here, a little bit maybe unusual. Here in measure 57, at the bottom of these runs, just the last 2 or 3 notes, a bit of a crescendo. So it's, we think it's going to be piano the whole time, and then just at the end, a little bit of a surprise into the crescendo, into the forte. Not, of course, on 61, not the last time, but the first couple of times. Right on measure 56. Thank you. That was great, really exciting. When we get to this part in measure 77, every time we have this, make sure we don't diminuendo. Bum, 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 all the way to the end on those marcato quarter notes. And then in the first, a little bit more shape, just a little bit of shape there, so it's not just piano, there's also a phrase. Measure right on 77. Thank you. That was lovely. Just a little bit of a balance issue at 91, a little bit more oboe and flute, just for balance. To come out at measure 91, this can be even less. Make sure there's sort of the string crossings are unavoidable, but we shouldn't hear them. Right? 91. I really appreciate it.
Well, that's it. The first round here at the Malko Competition for Young Conductors is done. The last of our 24 conductors, Maurice Cohn from the United States, taking us through Mozart's overture to Don Giovanni and that singular combination of grace and fire that only Mozart can bring. This overture with that famous imposing D minor chord at the beginning, a real exercise in power, balance, articulation, drama. And Maurice can now talk to Celinda downstairs.
Maurice Cohn, thank you for joining us here.
Thank you.
So, did you have a nice time in there?
I had a wonderful time. I mean, it's an honor. It would be an honor to do this anytime, and particularly with COVID and everything that had to go into organizing this, I'm really grateful.
You got the Don Giovanni piece.
Yes.
So, were you happy about that?
Yes, I mean, any of the pieces I would have been excited to do. They're all very different, but I think, they all have something pretty magical about them, and so I was very happy about it.
How did you experience meeting the orchestra in there?
Wonderful. I mean, the Malko Competition is famous, I think, for having a lot of goodwill between the orchestra and the competitors, and everyone wants you to do well and wants to work with you, and that was certainly my experience.
So you felt that
my
on
experience
stage?
Today. I certainly felt that today.
So you were the last contestant today. What are you going to do now?
Get some more water, I think.
You're welcome. Thank you, Maurice Cohn.
Thank you.
Water? I think he deserves a beer more than water. The last of our contestants, Maurice Cohn there from the United States, and that brings to a close round 1 of the 2021 Malko competition. Let's take a look at who we've seen. Chloé Dufresne from France, Dmitry Matvienko from Belarus, Paul Marsovsky from Germany, Anton Holmer from Sweden, Avni Pallentin from Israel, Nathan Aspinall from Australia, Katharina Wincor from Austria. This is Joel Sandelson, from the United Kingdom, Hyon Choe from America, Junping Qian from China, Linhan Cui, also from China, and finally Maurice Cohn from the United States. Well, that's the jury, and right about now they will be retiring to make a decision. The decision is which 12 conductors will proceed through to the next round of the Malko competition, which begins tomorrow morning around about the same time. There's a very strict legal procedure in place, which means jury members vote according to a certain protocol, with no room for doubt and absolute fairness. 2 or 3 members of the orchestra here, 2 members of the Danish National Symphony Orchestra, as well as leaders from orchestras around the world. Well, that just about wraps things up for today here at the Malko competition, and it's pretty much goodbye here from the DR Koncerthuset in Copenhagen. That's the first round. 24 must become 12. Stay tuned if you'd like to find out which 12 conductors will be proceeding to the second round. But otherwise, we see you tomorrow morning for the first of the second round of the 2021 Malko competition for young conductors. But for now, it's goodbye from Copenhagen.